Immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e anche tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce. Si dissolve in noi e visualizziamo questa luce bianca. Cerchiamo di trattenere qualche secondo l'energia, dell'aria, l'aria, il prana, a livello, dell'ombelico. Poi inspiriamo, espiriamo e visualizziamo l'aria, nera, come fumo nero. E pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le sofferenze, la paura, tutto il dolore, tutto ciò che è indesiderato esce dal nostro corpo e viene mandato lontano, lontano. Quindi facciamo questa pratica 3 volte con la narice destra, ispirando con la narice sinistra e poi il contrario. Chiudiamo la narice sinistra ed espiriamo con la narice destra ispiriamo ed espiriamo e poi con tutte e 2 le narici. Non è importante la, postura in 7 punti, ma la schiena dritta, sì, questo sì, è molto importante. Cercate di tenere la schiena molto dritta. Okay, iniziamo. Cambiamo narice. Ispiriamo con tutte e 2 le narici. Okay, adesso pensiamo alla motivazione, a cosa ci ha spinto qua. Diciamo che, questa è una preghiera importantissima che viene recitata da parecchie settimane, 42, quindi è di buon auspicio e di guarigione per tutte le persone che stanno male. Ehm, ha grandi dà grandi risultati se ci crediamo veramente. E la cosa più importante secondo me è rigioire del fatto che siamo qua. Avreste potuto fare tante altre cose, magari più gioiose, eccetera, ma siete qua come guerrieri, come perché avete capito che è vostra responsabilità, è nostra responsabilità fare qualcosa. Lamentarsi o avere paura per quello che sta succedendo è inutile. Non dico che è dannoso, è solo inutile, no, adesso siamo qua tutti quanti a partecipare a questo meraviglioso karma collettivo. Pensiamo alle persone che sono in India, Nepal e Brasile, in cui la pandemia è ancora molto elevata, i morti sono parecchi, e quindi dedichiamo in particolar modo il nostro pensiero a tutte le persone che stanno male in tutto il mondo in generale. Però quello che ci dà veramente più coraggio, forza e determinazione è il fatto che in Nepal, d'accordo, ci sono tantissimi casi, ma nei monasteri no. Quindi il Dharma è veramente molto potente. E quindi cerchiamo di visualizzare, Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo che emana luce bianca e va a fare offerte a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva. La luce così energizzata, va a toccare e riempire, purificare, guarire tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E poi pensiamo che, la luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore. Con questo pensiero di dove la bodhicitta, il pensiero che, riusciremo a raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, è la nostra priorità. Perché solo così, riusciremo a dare un senso alla vita, a questa e a tutte le altre. Quindi leggiamo la motivazione a pagina 3. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità di meditazioni e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea di guru, delle divinità meditative, delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Adesso recitiamo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum pensando alla visualizzazione che vi ho illustrato prima. Quindi la luce esce, fa offerte a tutti i Buddha, Bodhisattva e purifica e va a tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, e la luce rientra dentro di noi. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Adesso con la stessa cercando di avere la stessa visualizzazione, leggiamo con forza, determinazione, molto entusiasmo questa preghiera. Non avendo dubbi, questa preghiera funziona veramente nel modo più assoluto. Quindi cerchiamo di dare tutta la nostra energia, per aiutare il prossimo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddha, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Visualizziamo ora che Chenrezig entra dentro di noi e diventa di un solo sapore. Tutto il corpo è pervaso da grande beatitudine, luce chiara e pensiamo che dentro il nostro cuore su un fiore di loto c'è il nostro guru radice col viso seduto, col viso rivolto verso l'esterno. Ed è molto compiaciuto e rigioisce per la nostra pratica in questo momento. Quindi visualizziamo che la luce esce attraverso i nostri pori e va in tutti gli universi a purificare tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami, che in questo caso sono felicissimi di ricevere questa grande, potente energia e si trasformano loro stessi in Chenrezig, librando in volo come se fossero degli uccelli e vanno nella terra pura. Ricordiamoci che questa pratica è per noi un modo per abituare la mente a a farlo veramente nel futuro, perché rimarrà un'impronta quando saremo in difficoltà nelle prossime vite, ci sarà una consapevolezza che i grandi Buddha, i grandi maestri lo fanno veramente, cioè liberano in un colpo solo tantissime persone nei reami inferiori e li aiutano a salire a cambiare dimensione, più che salire, a cambiare dimensione ed entrare nella terra pura. Quindi i meriti vengono anche accumulati da questa alla prossima vita. Cioè non è solo dinamica mentale, ricordiamoci, è un'abitudine a farlo veramente nelle prossime vite. Quindi abituiamoci a fare questa visualizzazione. Quindi proseguiamo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grafe, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha, dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalla malattia, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezioni. Pensiamo in particolare a tutte le infermiere, i dottori, i medici nelle case di riposo, tutto il personale sanitario, anche chi pulisce negli ospedali, tutti quelli che comunque hanno a che fare con la malattia. Soprattutto cerchiamo di fare una dedica speciale agli operatori sanitari che si trovano ad accogliere negli aeroporti le persone che arrivano dall'India e le devono calmare, tranquillizzare per portarli nelle case di riposo Covid. Ce ne sono parecchie che ci sono situazioni veramente molto pesanti in tutte e 2 le parti. E comunque recitiamo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo a tutti i medici di base, dedichiamo tanta energia perché possano affrontare questo periodo molto difficile. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. A tutti gli insegnanti, maestri che hanno questo grandissimo compito di educare nonostante la pandemia i ragazzi, i bambini, i ragazzi, gli educatori sanitari, educatori in tutte le case, famiglie. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Un pensiero particolare a tutti i politici del mondo perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste, a non fare più guerre, a cercare di trovare soluzioni pacifiche in tutti i sensi e anche cercare di pensare che la priorità assoluta è anche volere bene alla madre terra. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa io in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetto, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei due stati della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come nella mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati nel samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, dei re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che tieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Magnat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti e adesso passiamo la parola a... Adesso vediamo. Adesso, ecco, hello.
Hello, Agatha.
Hello.
You should have Venerable Sarah, if she's here. Are you there, Sarah?
No.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, Sarah's leading the next
Sarah.
session. Thank you very much, Agatha. Hello, Sarah. I hand over to you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Sarah.
over to me. Hi, Agatai.
Hi,
I thought it
how
was
are you? Yes.
I'm okay. I'm showing off my new prayer wheel. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm showing off my new prayer wheel.
Very good. Wow. Very
And
beautiful.
so I received this from Singapore just before the lockdown.
Mamma mia.
And it has 2 trillion mantra inside.
Mamma mia.
Is it still
I
full?
rejoice.
2 trillion.
2 trillion. Wow.
2 trillion.
Blessing.
2 trillion. Om Mani Padme Hum. 2 trillion.
Oh, wow.
Fantastic.
So I thought that I would. That's the star of the show this evening, is the prayer wheel. So if I turn it for half an hour, then that would be. What do you think, Venerable Damcha? 2 trillion.
That beats my little, hand wheel. I love the colors.
And you pull the string. You pull a string.
Oh, I thought I'd seen something. Yes.
Yeah, you see, you pull the string.
Yeah.
And it goes round. And then when you pull the string, it goes round. I counted, it goes round like about 20 times. So 20 times 2 trillion is what? 2 20s are 40 trillion.
Yep.
With each pull.
Mm-hmm.
So then you calculate in your lifetime how many trillion Om Mani Padme Hum can you recite. If from the moment of birth, all you do is recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and you live to be 100, how many Om Mani Padme Hum can you recite? You cannot recite as many as if I pull one time.
Oh, well. If you pull faster, you get more monies in.
Oh.
Oh, did you drop the phone or the money wheel?
Well, I just think, as Rinpoche always says, it was too mind-blowing.
Yes.
Yeah, it was too mind-blowing that the phone couldn't handle the number, the big number. It just collapsed.
You ran out of digits.
The phone itself just collapsed. It fainted. It passed out.
Oh, bless you. It's lovely to have you here, Sarah. It has been a while. How is lockdown?
Yeah, lockdown is I think it's getting a bit better. It was very tough at the beginning because there has been a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have and from my room, I remember I went up onto the roof about the 3rd or 4th evening of lockdown, and I saw this orange glow in the distance, and I thought, yeah, and I never saw that glow before. I wonder what it is. And then I was looking, and I realized it's coming from Pashupatinath, and it's the glow of the fires because they're burning so many bodies.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, so and then I saw a picture they posted on Facebook of Rinpoche doing prayers and sur offering, and sur offering is usually done for people in the bardo. And I noticed in the distance it said Rinpoche will start in the evening and then go through nighttime. Yeah. And in the distance you can see the glow of the fires.
I remember
so
the photo.
There's hundreds and hundreds of people dying, and I think in the early morning they do a lot of the burning, and then you can smell the fire comes in, the smell. But I think they burn in the early morning because they don't want to upset people, and of course there's many more people died and sick than they say. I mean, many more. Yeah, so it's a bit intense. And of course, many people in Kopan were sick, so that was very intense.
Yes. So how's the situation in Kopan? Are they getting better?
Yeah, I mean, Rinpoche just did miracles, of course. I mean, it seemed like an impossible situation. I think there were 300. Maybe we will never know the true number, how many monks and nuns were infected.
Yeah.
But there were about 300 or more. And then several were in hospital. and on oxygen, and everybody has recovered.
Oh, good.
And Rinpoche just was like, you really see when they say, you know, by myself alone. Rinpoche will, you see the pictures of him alone on the hill doing all the prayers. And down here, of course, in Bodha, Kadrila was doing all the prayers. And if you think these prayers are not effective, well, when a Buddha does these prayers, then, I mean, that's powerful.
I thought I'd seen a little video of Kadrila going around blessing people. I don't know whether that was just.
No, I think that was before, but there's no doubt that Rinpoche and Kadrila have been doing many prayers, and the monks and nuns have all been protected. But also, you know, down here in Bodha, of the Westerners I know, half have had the virus so far. So you have a very high chance of being infected. So I actually, you know, the people around were coming to my room, or I was going to their place. They have the virus. You know, they're very sick. So I can't. I mean, it comes right to you. You can't avoid it. It's such a high proportion, so widespread that I could not just stay in my room and avoid it. It was like, you know, it felt almost impossible.
Oh dear. So luckily you got a big money wheel now to kickstart us off and work miracles.
So yeah, there you go. Yeah. So that's how it is. And of course, you know, the health service basically, you know, it's very difficult for it to cope. But I mean, it will, you know, it will be like this, and then it will get better, and then it will go down again. So we just keep doing the prayerathon.
Absolutely. You better have a start.
Yeah.
10 days coming in 20 minutes.
Well, what can I do? I've only got 20 minutes. I just
I'm sure you find some powerful inspirations for us all.
Look, every time this turns, it's 2 trillion. Can you feel the vibes?
I'm mesmerized. Let me put it on big screen.
If
I get dizzy, I blame you.
Isn't that a great lockdown present?
Absolutely. Blimey.
Yeah. What else is there to do but turn a prayer wheel with 2 trillion mantras inside?
Well, give us some inspiration, dear. On top of that.
Okay. I'm just gonna straight do the practice, I think, because I've got 20 minutes. So
Okay.
I'll turn the prayer wheel.
Lovely to have you back, Sarah.
Yeah, take care, everybody. Grazie. Okay, so as I was just saying, there are we have had a very difficult situation here in the Kathmandu Valley in Nepal, and so it's definitely right at our doorstep. And of course, India as well. And there are still many people throughout the world who are sick. And there is still a dearth of resources. And even for those who are not sick, there is definitely so much challenge in terms of economic difficulty, and knowing people who are sick, knowing people who've passed away or who are suffering. So with the motivation to do this prayer now, for particularly reciting the mantra, turning this prayer wheel for all those beings, and then on a wider scale for all the numberless sentient beings, all 6 realms. And clearly, as long as we are in samsara and we've taken contaminated aggregates through delusion and karma, we always have the potential for sickness, disintegration, death, rebirth, suffering, be it gross suffering or more subtle suffering. So then the only real medicine, the only solution, of course, is to actualize the realizations, particularly the cessation, true cessation, suffering. And of course, most sentient beings, have absolutely no idea that there even is a cure, or no idea of the path, or no interest. So then responsibility falls upon us. So therefore, for the benefit of all sentient beings, are going to engage in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then reciting the mantra. So with reciting this mantra, I'm going to visualize that within this prayer world is more than 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum. So with the awareness that the mantra itself is Chenrezig in the form of syllables. So that embodies Chenrezig's great compassion, wisdom, realizations, enlightenment. And then as the prayer well is turning, then those 2 trillion mantra absorbing all the sufferings, causes sufferings, obscurations, spirit harms, everything, all absorbs into syllables and then gets transformed. And then from the syllables, light rays going out and bringing all the blessings and realizations of Chenrezig absorb into every sentient being. All sufferings, causes sufferings, are absorbed into syllables, absorb into emptiness. And then from the syllables, all the blessings, realizations, Guru Chenrezig's holy mind come out, touch every single sentient being, and they're all transformed into Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 So then you can also think that as this prayer wheel is turning, that simultaneously every single prayer wheel throughout the whole world is turning. And from every one of those prayer wheels, each one is filled with so many mantras. And from all those mantras again, all the sufferings, sicknesses, spread harms, negative karmas, obscurations, or sentient beings, it all gets sucked like a magnet into the syllables, absorb into emptiness, and then from the syllables, infinite light rays go out, and they purify all sentient beings, filling them with blessings, all the blessings of all the Buddhas, and they all become Chenrezig, recite the mantra. So all the prayer wheels that exist are turning. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme. May whatever sufferings there are, life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Omani Bebel, 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 Omani Bebel. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Omani Bebel, 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 Omani Bebel. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness without exception, transmigratory beings, never occur again. Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel. In all our lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may we enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing qualities of grounds and paths. May we quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Omani Bebel, 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 Omani Bebel. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all the negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel, Omani Bebel. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You uphold the subduous moral way, serve as a bountiful bird, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine. Who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, peace upon one. Save myself and other disciples. Please pay well. Venerable Tenda.
Yes, Venerable Sarah, how are you? You
I'm
always
good.
manage to make a very beautiful picture with prayer wheels. If it's not a stupa in Kathmandu, you always know something nice to present us. So nice.
I'm showing off my new prayer wheel, and I was explaining to Venerable Damcha that I was given this just before the lockdown, and it has 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum inside, more than 2 trillion. 2 trillion, trillion.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Can I get such a one? So no, fantastic. It's and you know in Maritika?
I gave away all my prayer wheels. I've given away many prayer wheels, and then the karma came back, and I got this 2 trillion.
Now I know how to do it. Wow. Yes. So nice. But you're healthy and well?
Yeah, it's been a little bit tough. Past few weeks have been a bit tough. And I was just telling Venerable Damcha, you know, like this time of night, I can smell the burning.
The burning
because,
of corpses? The burning of what?
Yeah. There's a lot of people died.
So there's a lockdown in Maritika?
No, I'm not in Maritika. I'm in Boda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I came down to Bodh, so I'm in Bodh, so
Yes.
it's easier down here.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
The situation in Nepal is really bad, isn't it? Like, I heard a few awful stories about full hospitals and responsible.
Yeah, well, last year, you know, we didn't even see anyone with the COVID, but this time, I mean, I've just been surrounded by hospitals and people who are sick and coughing, and it's been in my face, you know, and
Yes.
people who need help. And
wow.
It would be nice to think you could just close the door, but literally
Yes.
sick people were coming right to my door, to the hotel, and needed help. And so it's been quite vivid and real and actual, and fortunately, you know, I mean, I haven't caught it, but it's been very very real. Yeah, very real.
Have you been vaccinated?
We got one vaccination, but you know, they don't have any more vaccines. But I got one 3 months ago. Yeah.
Okay, but you need still the second of the same. Okay. Okay, no, thank you so much, Sarah. I really wish you a lot of strength in this, in this difficult situation in Nepal. And thank you so much for doing the prayers. This is almost one of the only ways we can benefit other sentient beings. And thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear about these difficult stories in India and Nepal. Here in France, it's on its retour, as they say. So the numbers go down and down. So that's it looks only better. So we can be a little bit more flexible with welcoming guests. And more people have vaccinated. Even here in Alanda, I think already more than 10, maybe almost 20 people have been vaccinated. So, but of course, a lot don't want also to be vaccinated. But so we will not oblige anyone, but but anyway, it looks slowly better and better here. But it's so sad to hear that other countries face so much difficulties and people die in front of the hospital because it's just too full. And very, very nice people. And
well, unfortunately, what happens here is that you know, they were charging to be tested, and it's very expensive. So people weren't testing. So the true number of people who are sick is vastly, vastly beyond any number that is being given. Anyway, I'll let you carry on because I might help Venerable Damcha later.
Okay,
I think he's still got quite a few slots.
Okay, good.
And thank you so much for everything at Nalanda, because I've been following the Lamrim Chenmo. And it's been just absolutely wonderful. So I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's nice news is that Geshe Graham or Geshe Losol has agreed to give the first 2 years of the basic program in 2023 and 2024. So sign
me up. Sign me up immediately.
We'll see. You know, you have still some time anyway. It will come all right. So thank you so much, Sarah, and see you here. See you next time. Yes, we stay in touch.
Yeah. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are. I hope you are all doing well and that you are healthy yourself and that you have some it's wonderful that you have this energy to be with us and to do the prayers with us, which are recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, these prayers. So but the most important thing is that we have this open heart for all sentient beings, that we that we have this very open heart that all sentient beings are very worthwhile, and we can reason about it, like that all our happiness depends on others. Everything we enjoy, all our joys are thanks to others. So our body we got from our father and mother, and all the food we got, many people have been involved, even many animals have been involved. And shops and people in the transport and farmers, and then also our clothes, we did not make it ourselves. So our roof above our I think most of us have really not made it ourselves, the house we live in. So much of our existence completely depends on others and the kindness of others. And even if we start to remember former lives, we have had so many father, mothers. The teachers say even everyone has been our father, mother. So, and if we remember in general the kindness of parents for their children, so all these people, all these sentient beings have been so kind to us numberless times in the past, have helped us as doctors. And so, and even all the merit we have created was thanks to others. So all our good circumstances are thanks to others. And then it's not more than logic to repay kindness by remembering their kindness, that we want to repay it, that this is actually the only way which makes our life really meaningful. So, and that we use all our resources in relation to happiness of others, that we want to repay this. And in this way we can develop big love and big compassion, which is not so much based on our daily love and compassion, which are many times influenced by our worldly concerns, like hearing nice words, pleasant words of people giving us a cake or a donation, or help us friendly, give us a smile. Yeah, so that's then it's easy to feel love also for our close ones in the family. But it's not a stable love, like big love, big compassion. So we do this practice with this in our heart, that we want to do this for all sentient beings on the whole planet, and all animals and all sentient beings in all the 10 directions. So, and especially, of course, for everyone who is involved in who was hit by the corona pandemic. So especially those who are sick, those who have died, just have lost their bodies. There's thousands of people who are at this moment looking for a new body because they have died of COVID. And there's still many people struggling. Then there's many people who have lost their father, mother, or a loved one, a close one, partner. And then there's many who are economically very hard hit by the pandemic, like my friends in Nepal. There's no business going on, so they become very poor over time. And this is in many countries, it's like this. So many people have been fired or their businesses went bankrupt. So there's so much suffering in different forms going on. And then there's so much isolation, people who cannot function and feel very lonely, cannot see so many people, are cut off from other sentient beings. So for all these, we do this practice and make it, so we have only 20 minutes to go. So the practice, you can find the link below on the YouTube channel, or there's the practice, and then there's also at the end the dedication. So the practice has 4 elements: motivation, then the mantras, the actual prayer, and then the dedication. So we do this, we start with the motivation. So we visualize that the Buddha Chenrezig, it's a Chenrezig practice of the big love, big compassion, bodhicitta attitude. So the Chenrezig, we can visualize in front of us or on the top of the head. So looking in the same direction as us, or in our heart. If we have an initiation, we can identify ourselves completely like Chenrezig. But if we have no initiation, you can visualize in front or on top of your head, and you make a very strong connection in this way. And by visualizing and connecting with this Chenrezig energy. So we can visualize that all around us are all sentient beings from all 10 directions. We must visualize the males on the right side, females on the left side, like a father on the right side, mother on the left side, or sisters on the left side, and so on. And the people we feel close to behind us, and people we have difficulties with or we don't automatically like. and we have quickly disturbing emotions about them, then they are in front of us, and we do the practice on behalf of all the sentient beings around us. So they fill the whole universe. So, but also the Buddhas are many, many, many. We can visualize Chenrezig, but it's one with our guru, all the gurus. So it's not separate. Buddhas are always active and all around us. So we start with the motivation on page 3 of this practice. And we do a few times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. 2 times more. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Then we do many Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize that due to the Buddha's big compassion, he sends out light and energy to all sentient beings, removing all the negative karma, which is the cause of their suffering. So, which is actually really the main cause of the suffering, is our attachments and aversions and ignorance in our own mind. So the best thing the Buddha can give is Dharma and helping them on their way to enlightenment so that they don't suffer in the future. So he is touching all sentient beings, and they are completely purified from all the negative karma. So you can strongly think that light goes from the Mani Padme Hum in the Buddha's heart to all sentient beings, send it out, and then the light comes back to the Mani Padme Hum. So it's a kind of circle touching all sentient beings, and it never stops. We do a few together, and then we can do quite some Mani Padme Hums ourselves. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Do still one mala, and you should never forget that Buddha Chenrezig is one with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Zopa Rinpoche, so the other holy beings. So you're one with the Buddha, and they're 24/7. They're always concerned about the happiness of others. They've overcome completely their self-grasping and self-cherishing thoughts. So, which is more in daily life, most our problems. So every time we do this Chenrezig mantra and malas, then we overcome this self-cherishing thought. That we are completely without arrogance, try to think of the benefit of others and the suffering of others and wanting to do something for them. At this moment, our heart goes very strongly out to everyone who is suffering in whatever way, whatever position, whatever situation from this pandemic. So to one more mala, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do the actual prayer. So if you visualize Chenrezig, you can visualize that the Buddha dissolves into light, and then this light dissolves into you from the crown of your head towards your heart, so that you get a very strong blessing of Chenrezig's loving kindness, which then inseparable from our own mind. So then we could do this prayer, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that settle in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have a radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we do it 2 times more. May all the diseases that settle the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do 1 time more from prayers. Because we create so much merit and positive vibes for the welfare of all sentient beings. May all the diseases that settle in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had to be placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We do quickly, we have not so much time anymore to do some dedications. In the first place, to actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. To realize emptiness, samsara, nibbana, lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effects and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for all the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigrated beings never occur again. Then a prayer to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. Because if we become Buddha ourselves, we can even do much more for other sentient beings. And for this, we need our guru. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities, the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And also to be always connected with the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. So I will skip here a few. There's here one very nice verse also in the dedication prayers, to always be used by sentient beings. So it goes like this: like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. And then to hold all sentient beings as precious, may I hold sentient beings most dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. Then we go a bit down to seal with emptiness, which Lama Zopa Rinpoche always emphasizes. Due to all the past, present, and future memories collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existence from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existence from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely existing from my own side. So then finally, just for the long life of our main teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, so long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Therefore, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers under the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. I would like to add long life prayers for all our geshes in the FPMT and the Mahayana tradition, and everyone who serves His Holiness, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our students in all the FPMT centers. I would like to also add for all the monks and nuns all around the world. May they be able to live a pure moral conduct, and may they have the strength, and may they have the fortune to always be monk or nun wherever they like. May everyone who on this planet have this wish to become monk or nun and have the very ethical life, and lead a very ethical life. May they be able to do so. For the rest, I wish, I pray for all sentient beings. May all the wishes which are in accordance with the Dharma, may all their wishes be fulfilled, and may they have a long, healthy, and virtuous life. Thank you so much. It's now 9 o'clock, so let's see who is after me, and it looks like it's Venerable
Fabio.
Who is there?
Fabio from Spain.
Ah, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Now I see you. I see you. You're Nagarjuna Granada. Now
yes,
I see.
it's me.
I see also Begonia already. I see Paloma.
Yes, all the Spanish team is here.
Yes.
How are you, Tenda?
Here, most things are quite well. Yes, I was sick for 2 weeks, but now I'm better, and I'm very happy to participate again. Yes. So,
but are you in Nalanda, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So before you start, I would like to ask, I make some cost for this prayerathon, and we make every year a little bit of loss. So everyone who listens and might have a good heart, financial heart, this is a very good week to make donations to holy projects and wishes of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to Dharma, to Sangha. So if anyone wants to help IMI to continue this event, you're very welcome to do so. So anyway, this I say as director of the IMI, of course. So this one of the director's task is to make sure that the ship sails well for many years to come. So anyway, this was a short side dish. Now back to Dharma. Yes. Go ahead. I will listen in Spanish to you. So
okay, thank you, Tenda. Take care.
Yes, please. And bye to everyone who has listened. Thank you for being with us.
Take care.
Okay, you too. Ciao, everyone.
Bye bye.
Sorry?
No, I asked Fabio.
Oh, okay.
Translate. ¿Lo traduces tú, Fabio, lo que ha dicho Tendar? Para que lo sepa la gente.
Pues si lo puedes traducir tú, porque tengo que escribir aquí al inicio.
Vale, no, que decía el venerable Tendar que bueno, que estamos en un periodo magnífico en Sacadagua para hacer donaciones y que obviamente llevar a cabo ya más de un año, todo organización de hacer las oraciones y demás, pues que lleva unos costes. Entonces, que obviamente que si podéis colaborar con alguna contribución, creo que es para el IAMAI, o no sé si Chenrezig, si no me ha quedado eso claro, para el IAMAI, pues que estaría muy bien que si podéis hacer alguna contribución, ¿no? Básicamente.
Eso es, eso es. Gracias, Paloma. Es que estoy mandando un mensaje. Ya. Bueno, buenas noches a todo el mundo, buenas tardes. Estáis en México, en Colombia o donde estéis. Y thank you to Chenrezig Institute and IMI. And I would like to be co-host, please. So if I became co-host, I would like to be.
Pero
Okay.
no sabemos quién es.
Es que no sé si es Tendar mismo o alguien más. Y le estoy dando unos segunditos.
Está poniendo International Mahayana. Bueno, y si no, de todas formas, las oraciones y la imagen.
Sí,
si
sí,
no,
es para compartir las imágenes.
Bueno, pues nos las imaginamos, si no. Vale.
Bueno, nada. Bueno, si a lo largo de la sesión me hacen, yo lo proyecto.
Vale.
Bueno, hola, Anilat Loxandrolka, que es Begoña.
Hola, Fabioski.
Begoña decía, ¿y quién es esa?
Sí que conozco el nombre, ¿eh? Ya lo conozco.
Claro, tú decías, esta no la conozco.
Eres los San Palden, ¿no?
Palden.
Tupten Palden.
Tupten
Palden, sí. Bueno, pues vamos a seguir, iba a decir a empezar, pero no, a seguir, porque ya se llevan muchas horas con esta práctica y con estas bendiciones tan maravillosas del maratón de Thangtong Gyalpo que llevamos ya casi no, un año recitándolo. Y
más de un año ya, yo
más de un año, sí, sí, fue el 3 de agosto cuando empezamos. Y aquí seguimos. Entonces, bueno, vamos a seguir creando mérito y rezando sobre todo por la gente que ha fallecido, por la gente que está enferma. Y bueno, en todos los turnos se pide por no solamente la gente que está afectada por el coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo. Entonces, vamos a ir pensando en todos esos seres, los que han fallecido por otras causas, los que están enfermos por otras causas, los que están experimentando ahora desastres naturales, terremotos, guerras, que ya veis que están fuertes y duras y bueno, y hay muchos problemas en el planeta, ¿no? Entonces vamos a aprovechar esta ocasión para pedir por todos esos seres. Así es que si os parece, comenzamos haciendo un poquito de meditación en la respiración, unos segundos para aquietar nuestro cuerpo, nuestra mente, centrándonos en el presente. Poco a poco vamos calmándonos, vamos permitiendo que surja en nuestro interior el silencio y el espacio desde los que hacer esta práctica, con la máxima concentración, devoción y motivación adecuadas. Podemos visualizar a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, comenzando por nuestro Padre que está a la derecha, nuestra Madre a la izquierda. nuestros seres queridos detrás, las personas que nos agitan o lo hicieron en el pasado delante. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final, incontables seres. Ahí están todos los humanos, no humanos, visibles, invisibles, agradables, no tan agradables. Lo más importante es sentir que en nuestra mente no se queda ninguno fuera, que los abarcamos a todos y que queremos llevarlos a todos a la preciosa iluminación. En el espacio enfrente de nosotros y un poquito más arriba de todos esos seres hay un loto, un sol y una luna. Y ahí se encuentra nuestro gurú, Chenrezig, en el aspecto que nos sea más cómodo. Dos brazos, cuatro brazos, de pie, sentado, el que te sea más cómodo, pero lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de tus maestros personales, que en esencia son lo mismo. Te mira y te sonríe. Su cuerpo surge luz. Una luz con la que baña a todos los seres, a nosotros mismos y a todos los seres. Ningún rincón del universo queda sin ser tocado por esa luz. Chenrezig, en presencia de Chenrezig, perdón, nos sentimos como en presencia de nuestro maestro, si tienes esa experiencia de estar delante de él, en presencia de nuestra madre, de nuestro padre, nos mira, nos acoge de manera muy cálida. Te sientes protegido, guiado, en total refugio. Por eso pensando que tomas refugio en nombre de todos los seres que te rodean, recitamos 3 veces la oración de refugio, como si guiáramos en la oración a todos los seres que nos rodean. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la verdad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros mismos como todos esos seres estamos bajo la protección, guía, amparo y refugio de Avalokitesvara y a través de él, de todos los Budas, Bodhisattvas, de todos los seres del supremo campo de méritos, de nuestros gurús, lo cual llena nuestra mente de mucha alegría, de mucho regocijo. Nos sentimos muy afortunados de que antes de que llegue la muerte hayamos podido depositar nuestra confianza en las tres joyas, en Guru Avalokitesvara, en su santidad el Dalai Lama, en Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Recitamos unos minutos el mantra mientras visualizamos que esa luz no deja de emitirse del sagrado cuerpo de Chenrezig y que con la vibración sonora del mantra se activan las cualidades de esa luz que despiertan nuestros potenciales y los de todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Bueno. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Comenzamos con las recitaciones. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades, los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bueno. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ofrecemos esta primera recitación para todas las personas fallecidas, no solo a causa del coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo, en especial aquellos que han entrado en el bardo en los últimos 49 días y aquellos que justo lo están haciendo en este momento, que puedan ser guiados a la tierra pura de Chenrezig por la fuerza de sus propios méritos y de los nuestros y de nuestras oraciones. En este punto piensa en tus seres queridos o aquellos seres fallecidos por los que quieras dedicar. No importa el tiempo que haga, que han fallecido, dedica de corazón por ellos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por el espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta la ofrecemos por todos los enfermos, no solo de coronavirus, sino por cualquier otro motivo que están en sus casas, en hospitales, en clínicas, que puedan tener una mente y un cuerpo lleno de paz y que si no pueden sanar, al menos sobrelleven la enfermedad con mucha aceptación y con mucha serenidad. Piensa aquí en todos tus seres queridos o conocidos por los que quieras rezar y dedicar que estén enfermos. Muy en especial nos acordamos de todos los enfermos de COVID en Nepal, en India, en Brasil y en cualquier parte del planeta. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Un mani padme hum, un mani padme hum. 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 Mani padme hum, un mani padme hum. Un 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 mani padme hum, un mani padme hum, un mani padme hum. Esta recitación la dedicamos por todos los seres que padecen de desequilibrios de los elementos, tierra, agua, fuego, viento, que padecen de desastres naturales como terremotos, inundaciones, fuegos, que padecen de violencia. Nos acordamos en especial de todas las guerras que hay en el planeta, Siria, Palestina, Israel, la violencia de Colombia, que cese al instante por la fuerza de nuestros méritos y oraciones, y en cualquier lugar del planeta. Visualizamos que Chenrezig está extremadamente complacido con nuestra práctica. De su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se sitúan sobre la coronilla de todos los seres que visualizábamos al principio, disolviéndose en ellos y concediéndoles todo lo que necesiten y aliviando todo su sufrimiento. El aspecto central de Chenrezig se disuelve en ti y te concede lo mismo, en especial la mente que está libre del aferramiento al yo. Imaginamos que recibimos esa experiencia, que purificamos esa percepción ordinaria de los fenómenos. Y en su lugar obtenemos sabiduría, compasión, visión correcta de los fenómenos de la vacuidad. sintiendo un gran gozo, una gran paz en nuestra mente, como una gran ligereza. Y lo mismo le sucede a todos los seres que nos rodean. Nos sentimos profundamente afortunados de tener métodos como este, gracias a la bondad y a la amabilidad de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Pedimos de corazón que nuestros gurús permanezcan hasta el fin del samsara, hasta que los reinos del samsara estén vacíos, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Hacemos en español. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico, que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, no mostrar ni el más mínimo signo de obstáculo, que podamos ir muy pronto a él, a sus enseñanzas, que pueda él visitarnos muy pronto en nuestros lugares, en nuestros países, bendiciéndonos y guiándonos como siempre hace. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y para las dedicaciones, si los venerables quieren dirigir la dedicación o ofrecerlo por lo que deseen. Paloma, por favor.
Aquí ya. Vale, pues dedicamos para que las vacunas lleguen a todos, también las medicinas, que la pandemia, también por, como ya ha dicho antes Fabio, por los diferentes conflictos que hay en los países, para vivir con una ética muy, muy pura y con el buen corazón y precisamente la bodhicitta.
Gracias.
Mira, quería dedicar los méritos para todos nuestros maestros, todos aquellos que a lo largo de nuestra vida nos han ayudado, acompañado, aconsejado, desde que nos enseñaron a leer hasta nuestros maestros de Dharma maravillosos que nos han dado refugio, nos han dado las primeras enseñanzas, iniciaciones y muy en especial por nuestro Gurú Raíz, por su santidad Dalai Lama y Lama Zopa Rinpoche.
Vale, y bueno, pues uniéndonos a lo que han dicho las venerables, une tú también tus oraciones mentalmente, los propósitos por los que quieras pedir y rezar, enfermos, fallecidos, obstáculos. Y con todo eso en mente recitamos. Yewadi jinyu duda lama sangye duyune rowachi kyan marupa deji salago paso chamchu sencho rinpoche maye panam ye gyupchi yewa nyampa me padam Pues muchísimas gracias. Únicamente un aviso antes de que os vayáis y es, bueno, recordar, ya lo sabéis, pero es recordaros lo que el próximo 26 es el día grande de Sagadagua y estamos organizando bueno, lo está organizando Venerable Palomas, es la verdad, con su dedicación. Un programa común, entonces invitaros a que participéis, a que estéis al tanto, podéis ver el horario general en las páginas web de Granada, de Valencia, que es a través de quien haremos la práctica, a través del canal de YouTube del Centro Nagardina de Valencia, y eso, animaros a que participéis porque es un día especialísimo y lo culminaremos con la puya de la machopa que dirigirá Venerable Geshe-la desde Valencia.
correcto.
Si quieres añadir algo, Paloma.
No, eso
Gracias.
que hay que aprovechar porque, bueno, aunque en realidad el mes de Sacadagua es hasta la luna nueva siguiente, pero sobre todo el día por excelencia es el 26. Entonces, tanto como podáis participar el 26 y acumular virtud y también aprovechar este periodo para practicar la generosidad con vuestros centros, con el Instituto Mahayana Internacional, con los bancos de alimentos. Es los momentos por excelencia para... Siempre hay que acumular virtud, pero ahora sobre todo.
Eso es. Y no olvidéis pedir vuestro primer ejemplar del libro El Mundo Físico.
Ya está pedido, ya está pedido.
Estamos coordinadísimos. Qué bien, qué bien. De verdad,
¿no?
No desaprovechéis la ocasión porque es un libro difícil, pero es una increíble maravilla. Es una maravilla. Entonces lo podéis pedir a la editorial Kailas, que es quien lo edita, y ya se puede pedir.
Ya se puede, ya. Claro que
Muy
sí.
bien. Thank you. Damche.
Hello, how's everyone?
Today
It seems like this morning you're all back again.
Yes.
We forgot something. Paloma.
Yes, tell me.
The book. Show us the book.
Show the book. Acércalo.
You deserve all the praise. In case somebody hasn't heard about it yet, our lovely Spanish crew translated His Holiness's teachings, first volume, first publication in Spanish. So thank you very much, everyone. What a
wonderful volume.
What a wonderful crew you all are, and you put us all, into position. That we have to accumulate more merit. No, well done, you guys. Well done. What a merit to actually be there.
For the second volume, we need a lot of merits because it's a lot of work, of course.
Yes.
Hopefully, we will do. Yeah,
see, now you have the merit to do the second volume.
Yeah.
And the third and fifth.
Four. Altogether 4.
Oh, by the time you finish the 4, there's a 5th.
So now the good point is in English, in Italian, and in Spanish, the first volume.
I think that's one. I think that, and Chinese. I think Chinese.
Chinese too?
I asked Fabrizio and he told me he thinks in Chinese also.
And French? What happened with French?
I think so, no?
Probably soon, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, soon. But just Italian and Spanish and English, yes.
And Chinese, okay. Brothers and sisters, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Venerable Damcho, go ahead.
Oh, well, I'll try. Thank you very much. Hello, Chris. Yes, see you there.
How many do this today of the prayerathon?
5.
Sorry? I don't know. Who's counting? I'm just happy to see you all.
No, you know.
Well, that would be ego. I'm just happy to see people, especially when they're smiling.
Vale, ciao.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good evening, everyone. If you're trying to see me, my earlier spot was a slight change because Venerable Tenda, our director, he wanted a slot. And we also had the pleasure of Venerable Sarah showing off a new prayer wheel. And so, yeah, it's been a nice evening. You have me now for the next 2 hours. And what we're going to do in 2 hours, we're going to extend the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers a bit. We recite a few more manis, and we recite also a few more of the Tara mantras. We're definitely going to invite the guardians. And you heard me often probably mention that, when you have the time, why not extend the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, across the 6 realms. We were doing 3 on the basis of, from my perspective, I always feel if you put a meaning behind our practice, it's so much easier to engage with it. If we say 3 recitations, 1 for body, one for the suffering of the body, 1 suffering of the mind, and 1 for speech. So we can put a little bit more energy behind that. But we're also covering then all sentient beings generically, and that is fine if you haven't got the time to maybe do more. We have the time today. So I thought it would be nice if we do 3 recitations each for each of the 6 realms. So that will take up a bit of time. And then, but we take our time, and we take our time with some of the meditations a bit more. So because sometimes when we have only an hour, I can get carried away talking too much at the beginning. Then I'm trying to chase myself time-wise at the end. So if we take a moment just to relax, thank you everyone who joined us online, be it on YouTube, Zoom, or live or later on. Thank you to all the wonderful leads that we had today so far, supporting the project and fulfilling Lama Zopa's wishes. By leading these sessions so beautifully, and everybody brings their own energy with it, which is great. And it's also joy to be sort of there when news break, like the Spanish, the first Spanish publication of His Holiness's teachings, Volume 1. So it's just wonderful to be here. So there are positives to be found within difficult times, and we can't ignore that there are difficult times right now in Asia, particularly Nepal, India. Then we have Africa, and of course parts of Latin America. With COVID really breaking out, and it's very easy for us in the West sometimes to forget that if we were lucky enough to have vaccines. I mean, I know there are people who do the utmost to discourage the uptake of vaccinations. That's their right and opinion, but we also saw a wonderful reminder. If you wonder, if you look at the child mortality rate, I'm not trying to convince anybody here, but we mustn't just ignore what science has allowed us to do. If we totally ignore science and medical progress, where do we draw the line? I want my heart transplant, but I don't want the vaccination. I'm happy to have this, but I don't have that for the general good. And I think we need to be very, very mindful that, we're not coming from as long as I'm okay, who cares about the rest mentality. And if you think about polio, measles and other sort of diseases that were still ripe in the 50s and 60s. And, if you look at the cemeteries in some parts, even before, progress has changed. I mean, even just, the discovery of penicillin. I'm sure there was some resistance to that at the beginning as well, but, where do we draw the line? It's not just us, we have to worry about. We also have to worry about those immediately around us. And unfortunately, there's, it's either ignorance sometimes that drives the matter, or, greed. If you look at it, I've been very fortunate to be in a country where vaccines were available. I was lucky to have had my second dose. In the UK, they're talking about maybe even giving a third dose in autumn. But the UK has also been one of the countries where, vaccine nationalism was very much blamed on, no wonder, you can claim you're vaccinating so many people. You don't share anything with the rest of the world. So there are pros and cons, we have to, in a way, look after ourselves to be of benefit. But, do we need to be on benefit to ourselves so much so that we forget about others? And we see that there's definitely this discrepancy between the wealthier countries and the poorer countries right now, where vaccines haven't been rolled out. And we just sort of like, oh, well, that's India, that's Nepal, that's this, that's that, we could see, we just close the borders now. Difficult choices. But let's hope that, we know, these situations that we see, as tragic as they are, that we're getting more and more on top of, this. And maybe the world is working more together now and getting organized and sending aid, not just here you go, some money. But also, maybe with equipment and vaccines and medical support, supplies and that sort of stuff. So, yes. So, and again, we see a lot of politicians, stand there in front of flags. I mean, not just the UK. We had that recently in the States. So, in other countries, you think about, China, Russia, they really sort of, like a puffed up cockerel, walking across the yard. It's sad. But anyway, let's just take a moment and take a few deep breaths. And again, let's think about why we are here. We may be here because of the advice of our Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to engage in this practice to benefit all other sentient beings. We may be here to just join a Buddhist community. I just happen to see what this prayer session is about. You may be here because you just need a break from the turbulence of the world we live in right now, and you want a nice, quiet, peaceful spot. You may be here because you have suffered directly or indirectly due to the pandemic or other causes. You may have been ill, you may have had family members and friends who have been taken ill or have passed away. Your business may have been affected, or your income if you were employed. Insecurities with income. How do you pay the bills? How do you look after the kids? You may have been at the front line. You've been continuously exposed to the suffering that exists. Again, often we hear, some news agencies try to talk COVID down. But I've dealt with many doctors through the last year, and remember having had one student who was in tears because he couldn't help his friend and neighbor. And he was in tears. He said there was nothing I could do. All my training, nothing I could do. They'd known each other for many, many years. And his friend's father had died the week previous of COVID as well. But we forget that sometimes, how the people at the front line suffer. We take the brunt. We expect to function in a very highly charged and stressful environment. But we all can do something. As Shantideva says, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in this world until everyone is healed. We can do so much. Much doesn't always have to be big. The biggest changes are usually the small ones. If you think about a garden, if you're trying to tidy up your garden, or even decorating, taking out the roller and run the paint over the wall, that gives you a quick result. But did you do the cutting in of the corners? What about the glossing, the little bits that finish it off? And sometimes the little bits, they can also be tedious. It's like, yes, we get away with it. But we do have a responsibility. We owe it to ourselves, and we owe it, to those around us. If we want the world to change, we need to change. Just take a moment to sit quietly, Then I will read the few verses from the King of Prayer. Some of you will have heard me read out before. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind. May we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If we just add to that the four immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. When in the King of Prayer it was said that, the line, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspiration and activities. When we talk aspiration and activities, we talk about like-minded, working for the benefit of all sentient beings. But body, words, and also mind is the cause for us to suffer and having caused suffering. And as Buddha says in the Dhammapada, verses 231 to 233, guard against anger erupting in your body. Be restrained with your body. Letting go of bodily misconduct. Practice good conduct with your body. Guard against anger erupting in your speech. Be restrained with your speech. Letting go of verbal misconduct. Practice good conduct with your speech. Guard against the anger erupting in your mind. Be restrained with your mind. Letting go of mental misconduct. Practice good conduct with your mind. Body, speech, and mind has always been the focus of many of those things we talk about. And when we get cranky, we don't communicate well. And if we don't communicate well, we expect others to understand that we are suffering. Don't take it so personal. Don't you see it? It's all about us. But we don't extend the same token to others when they get cranky with us. We very often feel very much offended. Little words, little this. And let that go on a political scheme over centuries, or even decades. If you just look at, the difficulties we currently have in Northern Ireland since Brexit because of the protocol, and And then also if we look at the Middle East, Israel and Palestine, just to name two, and there are many countries out there where there is, where we were sort of divided. If we looked at recent America, with the last president, I mean, the hatred, the division, and for what? You manipulate their mind, you manipulate their speech, and before you know it, you had the riots in the Capitol. You would think that World War II has taught us something. And I often sit here in bewilderment when I look at these developments in the world. My country, I'm originally from Germany, has often been reminded of the atrocities that took place during the World War II. And rightly so. And the way we were brought up back home, it was always with, that ultimate shame in mind. Things change slightly. We can look at it in a slightly different, more balanced way. But yes, atrocities took place. We have started to, acknowledge that in different ways. But it's disturbing that, while this is always, the token example how not to act, we see so much disruption in this world that if we look closely, it's very close to that. How can people be so stupid to be manipulated? Well, look at the effort of media. Think about all the, the scandals that have come up with the use of social media manipulating people. The fake news that are being publicized all around the world. The whole misinformation campaigns, this and that. It's easier than you think. Once you got the mind, you get them to repeat. Once you get them to repeat, you get them to do. Sad. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our guru, and the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the guru in the space in front, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, feel free to visualize the deity you most closely associate with compassion. And if you're joining us from spiritual paths and do not wish to engage in deities in general, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light radiates from the body of the Guru in all 10 directions. And with each light beam, purifying light nectar is being carried to the infinite number of all mother sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever realm they're in. These beings could be sitting right next to you with the furthest corners of the universe. The Guru's love and compassion finds them all. The light enters through the crown of the heads. As the purifying nectar enters, it clears away, atom by atom, all negative karma and delusion of beginningless lifetimes, burning away all the ignorance and delusion and the heavy weight that we were carrying. And we can feel in ourselves that, there's benefit in getting rid of all this karma. And we acknowledge that it was due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have created suffering not just for others, but ultimately also for ourselves. How often do we find ourselves during the day, having a negative thought about somebody? Look what this person is wearing, look at this one, look at that one. God, typical. These little things. Would we like to be thought of like that? How often haven't we been truthful with beings? How often have we said things that were hurtful? How often did we gossip? We wouldn't like that. So why would other beings? How often have we used our body, to block somebody, from sharing what we had maybe on our plate? Or when we're at school, do your own thing. Don't copy mine, fair enough, Sometimes we need to have a little bit of motivation to do our own studies, but, how many times do we use our body to block, to offend, to hurt? But we have justification, just the other beings haven't they? And again, there's the confusion that comes from the mind. Like us, the other beings do not want to suffer. They don't want to be thought of badly, spoken about badly, treated badly. Like us, the other sentient beings would like to enjoy a peaceful existence in harmony and full of happiness. Just wanting to be. And as long as we can recognize that, then we can truly ask for forgiveness for all the actions of body, speech, and mind of past lifetimes. And while we can't necessarily undo those past actions, we can change our motivation. We can try to make up for it in whatever possible way we can. The best way we can is by being compassionate and understanding, not taking everything at face value. And for those of us on the path, knowing the benefit of taking refuge in the Buddha and seeing that as path of liberation from samsaric existence, we can now call upon our mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. And when we do call upon them, visualize how your voice projects right into the deepest corners of the universe, so that it can be heard by all. You don't have to shout the room down and disturb your neighborhood. Just visualize how your voice carries and finds those beings. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us, the Guru is pleased. And as more and more beings join, the Guru smiles. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying, clearing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions that we have carried for so many lifetimes. And we can feel the load lightening. And having borne that load for such a long time, we can start to straighten up a little bit. Begin to stand taller, stretch out, relieve the sores in our backs and knees that have pushed us right down into the dirt of samsara. And again, we acknowledge that it was due to body, speech, and mind that we have created so much suffering. Body, speech, and mind being represented by Om. Om represents the two aspects. Our aspect of, obscured body, speech, and mind, misuse of body, speech, and mind, but it also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And we need to transform to be of maximum benefit. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Om. So when we recite the mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru, receiving the pure light. Feel how atom by atom you begin to glow until your whole body is a light. And pure light emanates from you to the Guru. And we also begin to share our light with other sentient beings who need our help. We all begin to be in the aspect of the Guru. We're one with the Guru. We're one with compassion. We're one with all sentient beings. And as more and more beings join, collectively we shine brighter and brighter, dispelling more and more darkness, more and more of the darkness of negative karma and delusions. And like a bright beacon, we shine for those who are still lost in the darkness and guide them out of it. We're going to recite the mantra. We're doing 10 malas. We have the time for it. So we chant a few out loud, and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. Increase your wisdom by acknowledging your faults, and increase your compassion by sending out love and compassion to all beings. Accept them for who they are. If you find the pace of my recitation too quick for you, don't worry about it. Do it at your own pace. Just do it with love and compassion. Keep on visualizing how you start to to radiate light, bright light of love and compassion. Feel how the light comes from the inside right out, how it oozes out of your pores. Feel the joy of being pure. Like a light shower, getting rid of all the obstructions and obscurations. Having said many Mani mantras, having acknowledged our shortcomings of past lifetimes and promising to do better, having exchanged ourselves with all sentient beings through the great love and compassion of the Guru, may we see ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least for the duration of these prayers, so that we may be of maximum benefit to all those sentient beings. May we now call upon the great Mother Tara to join us and help us clear away additional obstacles that may come our way as part of the practice, and obscurations of mind, this sort of thing. Although anything in the same way you would prepare a room that you work in, be it a theatre, operating theatre. You set the scene. If you want to get everything just right. So if we visualize the great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions, and each light beam, carrying, purifying essence to all sentient beings. And when we recite the Tara mantra again, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind of Tara, the holy aspect. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And blimey, there's lots of that right out there if we look at the world. So we need all these obscurations to be cleared so that the world can move forward in peace and harmony. Tour liberates us from diseases and illnesses, physical and mental. So if we do maybe 3 rounds of Tara for all Mother Sentient beings, so again to clear obscuration of the body, obscurations of the mind, and obscurations of the obstructions of speech. So again, if we do specifically dedicate on that basis, we do have the time, and as Holiness advised, ideally we want to recite 1,000 of those a day or more. So if you go a bit short, so you can top up, or if you have still to catch up, at least you have a few already in the bank, and it's easy to catch up. Okay, if you do body first. Om Tahare Tudare Dure Soha, Om Tahare Tudare Dure Soha, Om Tahare Tudare Dure Soha, Om Tahare Tudare Dure Soha. Um tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha. So that was body. Now we do recitation for speech. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha. Tare tutare turi soha. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha. And if we do one more for obstructions of the mind. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare. Tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha, tare tutare turi soha. So we've done the recitations for clearance of obstructions of practice, body, speech, and mind. And let's do one more round for the long life. Dedicate the one more mala to the long life of His Holiness. Tare tutare tur soha. 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 Tare tutare. Tare tutare tur soha. 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 Tare tutare. Tare tutare tur soha. 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 Having moved obstructions, maybe now call upon the guardians to join us. Those of you who've listened to me before know how I feel about the guardians. Despite their appearance, we should treat them with the utmost dignity and respect. The appearance is there to keep us on the straight and narrow. And like diligent parents, these guardians look after us, make sure we don't do anything silly to put ourselves at risk or other beings through our actions. But likewise, they will jump into action if, we are in need of protection from outside forces. And, we can look at them and say, hey, but then so does Mother. Mother looks at you with a loving, kind smile, when you're doing cute things. If you're trying to put a fork in a socket, I don't think she's going to smile at you. She will fly over and, her face changes. So we have to look at it from that way and, really, appreciate what these beings are doing for us. So we recite Vajrayana for that mantra. We call upon Daklu Vajrapani and Vajrapani and Daklu, and we also call on Black Manjushri. Doing the Vajrayana first. So if we visualize a Daklu Vajrapani in the space in front of us with a ferocious looking face. His feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Again, we must remember, when we say interferers, do we really want to destroy the being? His Holiness advises that the destruction of the being should never really be, the main objective. What we're trying to destroy is the seed causes that make that being act in a certain way that is harmful to itself and harmful to others. And only by changing those seed causes, and modify the behavior, is there an opportunity for the for the being to transform and be liberated. So we don't really seek to destroy, you know. And if we must, then it must only happen as a last resort. It must only happen out of compassion. We're driven by compassion. As you recite the mantra, keep visualize how you're putting on a protective suit, either a suit of armor, if you think about going into battle with a pandemic or all sources of suffering, or surgical gown, you know, and that surgical gown protects us from outside factors so that we don't catch anything. But likewise, you know, from a surgical point of view, if we haven't washed our hands enough, haven't been pure enough, you know, then we may transfer over to our patient. So in this case, all sentient beings. So you know, if you put it on not in a hurry, put it on with focus, and then stand tall and be focused of the battle you're about to commence, or the surgery you're about to engage in. Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savaraita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha Vashape Padmaswari Pe Nevashena Gananthaita Savarita Hana Hana Vajna Raksha Suha. Having put on the armor and having focused the mind, you know, on what we're about to do, we now call upon Black Manjushri to join the team. If you think of it from a surgical perspective, surgeon seldom alone. There's a team of assistants, nurses, etc., around him. So, you know, the anaesthetist, you know, is another big important person in the room. Never mind the cleaners as well. But also, if you go into battle, you know, you have a field medic with you, first aid kit. So if something gets through, you know, it doesn't matter how diligently you put something on. You know, if you haven't protected enough, if you put the wrong arm on, or something is really coming through that's piercing, you know, you want the medic on your side. So we call upon Black Manjushri to join us in the efforts on that part. So we visualize Black Manjushri with a breathful face and 3 eyes. He has 2 hands, and at the left he holds a scripture and the right a sword. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all sentient beings, purifying away all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, the previous note, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. If we think about Black Manjushri as sort of more medical, you know, rather than having the sort of war drum beat of the Vajra armor, just think about how you would apply an ointment, you know, a healing ointment. You know, how you would rub that in, you know, in a good way. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningo la chakara chakam shantam pepe su ha. Having assembled our team, having purified ourselves, put on the armor, cleared the space, and have our backup in place, where we now recite the main prayer, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Let me just double check. We got an hour to the next one, so yes, we have the time. So what we're going to do, we're going to recite through the 6 realms. And 6 realms, easily mistaken for just locations, but if you think about the realms, more are manifestations, the mind manifesting in certain parts in these realms. So, for example, hell beings are very much driven by anger and aggression, being tormented by the environments, really feeling sort of downtrodden. And we know the feeling, being trapped in a job that we maybe don't like, but circumstances force us to stay in, and maybe being bullied or that sort of stuff. But so if you think about the realms in different ways, so hell deals more with the anger side. Hungry ghost, more representation of greed because of the constructions, the depiction of the hungry ghost. Long necks, long tiny mouths, long necks, swollen bellies, never enough. They never can quench the appetite or thirst. The same thing in this world we're living right now. If you think about it, how we're being really driven, by consumerism. I have to have the next phone. This one is only 3 months old, but now there's the new one out. There's this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Never happy, never satisfied on that level. And then, of course, we got the animal realm. Representation of ignorance. If you think about how we use the animals, to serve us, and dominate them. And, there's much they can do about, in that respect. And, we can find ourselves in that, we're just being used and abused. And, we can sort of relate to that on many, many levels. Then, of course, we got the God realm, pleasure seeking, love of luxury. Even meditation is purely for bliss, so as part of pleasure. You got the realm of the demigods. We're not quite up with the gods, but jealousy and pride dictate. And then, of course, there's our realm, the human realm. Just enough suffering to keep it real. Not wanting to be sidetracked, but also having enough intellect in that respect, by not being too sidetracked. Wanting to change things. So it's really up to us, to seek enlightenment from this realm. So hence, we wish our beings to be born in the human realm, so that we actually don't get sidetracked by everything else, but that we can progress to enlightenment. So what we do is we recite 3 Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, or the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, the Liberating Sakya from Disease Prayer, 3 times for each realm. So again, if you think about body, speech, and mind within the realm, that the suffering there and the liberation may take place there. And then we just work our way through. We have the time. And again, make it meaningful. Think about, what we're looking at. Think about the body, speech, and mind aspect. And if we have a connection to what we're reciting, it becomes more powerful. Otherwise, it's just trying to sing a song in a foreign language. We have no idea what it actually says. Yeah, we tried that, and then we go, oh, that's not what it really said. Anyway, so if we start with the round for the hell beings. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as psalms of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Second time round again. Think about how through the power of this prayer we can transform, suffering for those beings, restore them into a good state. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. Last one for the hell realm. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so if we now go for the, for the benefit, let's recite for the benefit of the hungry ghosts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, second time round. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time for the hungry ghosts. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we recite for the animal realm, the beings in the animal realm, so that their suffering may be, stopped, and that they may be experiencing happiness. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers and dedications be fulfilled. So last time for the animal realm. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we've just done the three lower realms. And if you remember when we opened up the session with the King of Prayers, one of the lines we went for was, may I ease the suffering in the lower realms and the many directions and dimensions of the universe. So we have directly really addressed that by reciting for the lower realms. And but we still, you know, with the higher realms of the demigods, the gods, and then ourselves. So we leave the human realm to the end. So just to bring it back to where we are right now with COVID. So if we now recite for the realm of the demigods. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Excuse me for a second. Pardon me. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so one last time for the realm of the demigods. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of rage and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now do the God realm. Just checking my time. Yeah, we are okay with time. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. May all the diseases that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, let me just take a swoosh. Give one last time for the realm of the gods, and the suffering in the realm of gods ceases. May all the disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have rage and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, it's just the human realm left. So if we think about it, if we take our time, if we structure it, we can recite for all these realms. And again, it's nice, you know, when we talk about all sentient beings. You know, we talk about the 6 realms, we talk about the sentient beings wherever they are and whatever realm they're in, and how difficult it is for them to get out of, you know, certain realms. So we do need to include them. And there's also, you know, if you talk about the, you know, the 80,000 classes of interferers, you know, the 360 spirits that I'm suddenly. Again, you know, we need to include them in our prayers so that they may be liberated, you know, from what they do. And yes, I mean, some of the spirits may be, you know, stronger than maybe our skill level is at the time. But again, you know, many things in life, you deal based on your skill level. And we have many lifetimes to go through. We build up the skill to do certain things in a safe way. You know, it's like if you don't know how to handle a poisonous snake, you can still show it respect, stay away, you know, and wish it well. You don't have to go and harm it. You know, as His Holiness says, if you can be of benefit, be of benefit. If you can't, at least don't harm. So we just do the human realm now. So, you know, the one we're now primarily concerned with, given the pandemic, particularly with, you know, the COVID pandemic, but also if you look at the issues of conflict, you know, in the Middle East, you know, in you know, the China India border conflict, you know, we just need to look around. There's so much going on that we just want the suffering to end. And at the end of the day, it's always the little guys that seem to be, you know, taking the hit for those motivated by lust of power and greed. So, okay, we do 3 recitations for the human realm now. So if you visualize really with the purest of intention again, how we, by reciting this prayer, how we burn away all the seeds that give rise to suffering, all the seeds that give rise to COVID. And while it might be easier to just, you know, trim the hedge and make it look pretty, you know, if we don't want the hedge to grow, there's no point just trimming it. So you have to go, you know, dig it out and make sure you get every piece of it, depending how, you know, aggressive it grows. So may all those who are sick be restored to good health. May all those who have passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who have suffered hardships by other means, either directly through loss of income and loss of job, or having been exposed to hard realities of being at the front line, may they be given whatever resources are required to restore them to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere signs of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. Really from the bottom of your heart, really dig deep. Make sure. Did I do one or two? Anyone kept count? Chrissy, did you keep count? Anyone, one or two? Yeah. I want two. Thank you very much. See, when you recite so many, you sometimes lose track. I didn't want to sit here and do a tally. Thank you very much, Chrissy. It's always good to have somebody there to keep check. Okay, two. So we're second round. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other... Sorry, been there. Let me just start this one again. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more. So then, really, with the deepest wish that to benefit all beings, particularly those now affected with COVID and other sources of suffering, that they may really receive whatever resources required for them to have a happy, healthy, long life existence that is free from suffering. And may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main part. So yes, it's easy to count, lose count, and it's funny. The more you recite, you suddenly find words you're stumbling on. You would think you get to know them. Embodied beings. Yes, but when your mouth gets dry, you get these little sticky moments. So if you visualize now really how the pandemic across the globe is being affected by the prayers that we have recited, and although we see still, we might wake up and say, oh God, what's that about? We still see stuff happening in India and Nepal and Latin America and Africa. And if you think about taking an antibiotic, you take one antibiotic, that doesn't solve the problem. If you only take one, you might start tackling it and you may feel a little bit, but you have to finish the course. If you don't finish the course, or sometimes you might have to readjust because of what you're dealing with. If you don't finish the course, you just create something that is far more resilient to the antibiotic. You can also think about it in terms of when a wound heals too quickly, but there's still germs, when you had a cut and, something didn't quite come out and you suddenly have this pus buildup underneath and it really irritates and it's painful and it doesn't make you feel well. Sometimes we have to lance that to let the pus out. That can happen as well. You can also think about if you cut a tree down, there's still enough sap left in the trunk itself to feed the branches and leaves for a while. So don't despair. If you don't see, why is not, was it still here? It takes time. It takes effort. It takes focus, but also look at what is changing. A bit over a year ago, we wouldn't even have had the thought of that there will be vaccinations. Never mind that they're being rolled out. They might not have necessarily been rolled out in a balanced, fair way across the world, but that they are there. We just need to address balances so that we can be benefiting others. So yeah, if don't despair. Look at the good stuff that's around there. What is happening? What is happening? How do I make progress? How are we making progress as society, as a human family? So don't give up. Whatever you do, don't give up. Who was that? Don't give up. Wasn't that? I'm just trying to think who sang that. Wasn't it Kate Bush? And who was the artist who sang Sledgehammer? I think they did a little duet and they said, don't give up. Here you go, chose my age. Okay, so where are we in the scheme of things? Okay. So if we do our dedications now, well, we take our time. So when we dedicate, we just give it a little pause and thought so that we, really dedicate to specifics. And then the long life prayers. So yeah, I'm sure that Venerable Peliang will then be here as well. Excuse me. Okay. So may we dedicate wholeheartedly to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the cause for them to be free of suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and live long and healthy lives, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive, by engaging in studies, giving teachings, translating the Dharma into different languages. May the Sangha live long and healthy lives, may never be separated from the Dharma and precious teachers, and may they achieve enlightenment in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who so kindly supports the Sangha in so many different ways, by offering time and expertise to assist at events and help Dharma centers being open and functional, for providing financial means to ensure that charitable projects can materialize, books being translated, educational programs take place, etc., etc. So many wonderful, beautiful ways. May the precious lay community never be separated from the Sangha and the Dharma, and this in all future lifetimes. May they live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who, through skillfully and with great kindness, have guided us along the path when we took our first steps, not sure where to go, where to turn, what to believe, what not to believe, how to investigate. And then as our experience grew and our understanding, guiding us deeper and deeper, into areas so that we may function and understand better, not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all our precious gurus live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate especially to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Despite 62 years in exile, separated from his people in Tibet, His Holiness always advocated dialogue and compassion over violence. He has been a shining beacon of compassion and a wonderful example to all of us in this turbulent world. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be reunited with his people. And may we always benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a man of great compassion and wisdom, and with a great vision of having engaged us in this practice of Thangtong Gyalpo, not only to deepen our understanding of what it means to be of service, but also to engage deeper and deeper in the practice so that we may benefit other sentient beings in a meaningful way. And through his great vision, he has also brought together the wonderful community of Sangha and lay people who support us, on various levels, in Gompas, online, who brought us much closer together than we could have dreamt of before the pandemic. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may we benefit from his presence and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we have time for the long life prayers. So if we do His Holiness first. Gangri rawe kuwe shingam di penan dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tübtül Shangxing Yam Gun Gewe Tenzing Kun Pewe Kun Do Dok Bo Tse Chok Som Kewe Lek Nun Du Du Padak Sok Dul Je Gun Du Shap Ten Sho. So that is officially, let's have a quick look. We've got 10 minutes. Okay. Finished a bit earlier than I thought. Sorry, Chrissy. It's like, oh, it's like, what happened to punctuality? Train is
It's
early.
okay. That's all right. I've been here for about 2.5 hours anyway, so.
Oh, bless you.
It's all right.
Time for a cup of tea.
Yeah.
No, bless you. So
But
how's
thank
Lee?
you so much.
No,
yeah, all right. Really good. Thank you. Yeah, we've had the centre open today, in Leeds. We had a big jumble sale and things for people to be able to come in. So it's lovely to see it open. And we've got the Gompa up on the first floor now. We've managed to finish the Gompa on the first floor. So things are moving on. It's really good. Yeah,
blimey, they did Jay in particular, up the scaffolding, down the scaffolding, didn't he? It's been, I have to say, I mean, if anybody who's still watching is going, what are they talking about? I think Ginny is on YouTube. So hello, Ginny. Those of you who don't know, we're talking about the beautiful centre that Jamia Leeds has in the UK. And they only, when did you get this building? It was about 2 years ago?
2018.
2018, yeah, 3 years ago. So, and they moved, and it's a big warehouse complex, isn't it? And they've done such a wonderful, transformative, amount of work. It's just, and it was pretty much done just with volunteers, wasn't it? It's not even, I think for very specialist things you had help, but it's just mental. I mean, seriously, the transformation is just mind blowing. And I hope I come and get to see you this year.
I hope so.
It's quite fun.
Please come.
Yes, I mean, I have to take the Mickey out of Jay, But no, it's funny. Yeah, it's been the work that's gone into it's just astonishing. And I'm sure the center will do well because you have quite a lot of wonderful opportunities. Because you have anybody going to Leeds, they have a wonderful, lovely charity shop. And I've seen it. We bought some stuff online. And so yeah, that's nice. And you have a wonderful cafe, the Yak Cafe, and the shop is called Yak Street, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's a wonderful bunch. And again, the connections that we really had with you guys came through the morning prayers.
Morning prayers, yeah.
Morning prayers,
got stronger and stronger.
Yes,
yeah.
And ultimately you took over because Jamie in
right.
London was busy with their renovation tasks and everything else, so you took it on. And now it's such a wonderful thing how the community came together. And that is also true for anyone who's joining us on a regular basis. And you might think, oh, I don't know anyone. No, you know us, you know why you're here, and you're always welcome here. So that is, the wonderful people that helped at Chenrezig Institute. It's just wonderful how a community suddenly became global. And I think from a visualization point of view, it's also very important, because how often do we think about, all sentient beings, and we barely can think about the people in our town, or what's in the room. And I remember, I think it was Kishitashi at the time, he said, just think about just how you would fill this room. And that is a big task. But now that we find the connections, across the world with Australia, with India, with Nepal, like we had with, Venerable Sarah. Did you see a beautiful new spinning wheel, the Dharma wheel, not Dharma wheel, prayer wheel. I'm losing the plot, but spinning wheel is another friend. She spins. She's doing like no. She's like Rapunzel, another Rapunzel. Who's the one in the tower was spinning straw to gold?
Rapunzel.
It was Rapunzel. It was, yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
And, but no, it's just wonderful how the community has come together, and on such a big scale. And we also when we look at the, when we sometimes look at the notes left on YouTube, so while we don't always get the time to acknowledge everyone out there, so it's rest assured we do see these notes, and we recognize, some of you coming back regularly. So it's just wonderful. But do send my love to everyone at Leeds. And
Okay.
I think you started morning prayers a bit earlier now, haven't you?
We do some, no, we've gone back to 8:30. So
okay, because I think you started at 8:25 at one point.
We did, which gave it a try, and then it was confusing everybody. So we've gone back to 8:30 to 9.
15 minutes into our
next
sense.
Yeah, we've got a huge dedication list, which is lovely,
Yes.
So try and dedicate all those nights.
Yeah, that was the bit that grew very quickly. And again, it's having these things and making connections. It's and that is the bit. But yeah, anyway, do send my love to everyone. And
thank you, everybody.
If the link is still the same, I will try and join you one of these days. All right. And lovely. All right. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now.
Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So where are we? 24. So we have a little bit of time left. So let's have a quick look. What have we got here? Oh, bless you all. Thank you, Dario. Who's else there? Louis, thank you very much. Ginny, lots of love. There are 4.7 people in hospital waiting list. Crikey. You see these figures, 4.7 million. When you read this, it's mind-blowing. 4.7 million. I mean, what's that? That's half the population of London, I think, these days. Crikey, if you put that in context, it's just madness. So who else was there? Anna was there. Just saying quick hello to her. Oh, bless. Hello, Madeline. Wonderful crew. Monica, hello. So yeah, I'm trying. I will try my best to keep up acknowledging everyone who's if you leave a little note. And if you listen to Venerable Tender, our director, IMI director, there is a little link down the YouTube button. I mean, while these sessions are free and everybody's welcome, there are certain costs involved with the running of the hosting and the live streaming week by week. So if you can chip something in, that it will be very much appreciated. Every penny makes a difference. But again, if you can't afford it, don't worry. Also, if you find you feel comfortable with us here, and particularly when the work gets too much, you're always welcome here. But don't struggle alone. So don't make any permanent decision on temporary problems. So if you need to, these are very difficult times for many. So you're not alone. That's the first thing we sometimes need to recognize. We're not the only ones who are struggling. That doesn't mean that your suffering may be less, but go and see help, from your doctor or Lifeline, whatever support network you can get to. And as I said, you're always welcome here, but there's only so much we can do, to be of benefit to you, particularly online. And doctors and Lifelines, they have their specialities. So if the work gets too much, just seek the help. We're always afraid to ask for help, and then we dig ourselves bigger holes. So look after yourselves out there. Do we have any repelling in the pipeline yet? Anyway, quick thank you again to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. Thank you very much also for putting up with some of the schedule changes that we put through earlier. Much appreciated that you could accommodate. The wonderful people. Chenrezig, they're very busy themselves at the moment with Nungne practices. And if you haven't seen it also earlier, our Spanish crew, they translated the first volume of His Holiness's teachings into Spanish. So it's the first Spanish copy that is out there. So well done to our Spanish crew. And Venerable Pelling is here. Lovely to see you. It has been a while. How are you?
Unmute. I'm good, thank you. So nice to see you. Did you just do prayers? I missed.
Yes. No,
fantastic.
You are a busy nun. I'm not asking everyone to sit in when I'm doing my bit, but it's lovely to see you. I saw there was an opportunity to catch up with you, and because it has been a few weeks.
Yes, actually, I was just on a Zoom call with the Shanti Davis Center. Once a month, we do a get together, just people talking about how's their practice, how's their lives, how's everything going. So that was nice. Yeah.
And that is a beautiful thing, as I was just saying, the community, I mean, despite COVID, it has actually brought certain benefits, to do, as you said, having the Zoom meetings and talk about how are people getting on, particularly now that we acknowledge more when somebody may not be, in a community, and how they're struggling maybe on their own and doing this and this and this. So that's just a wonderful thing, so yeah.
Yes. And also this is a time, someone was saying on this get together that, so people who have outside jobs, they're beginning to go at least part-time back to work. There's hybrid models happening in all kinds of ways. We're going 3 days a week and then working 2 days at home. But they were saying it's a lot like coming out of a long retreat, like being at Kopan for, a long time, and then just needing to really think about how to, prioritize and what's important and how to keep balanced in that way. So,
yes,
yeah,
that is true. I think a lot of people found, that lockdown really changed their opinion of where they were heading and where they wanted to go. But it's lovely to have you here. Lovely to have a chance to catch up with you. And I will be taking over from you at the end, so we can have a little bit more of a chat. All right.
Okay.
So I see you at the end. Thank you very much, Venerable Pellier.
Thank you so much. And good evening, good morning, everyone. Glad to be here with you all as we do beautiful prayers. Let's see, I'm just going to move my video screen over, do a little bit of reorganizing here. So first, to set a motivation, Lama Zopa Rinpoche asked in his wisdom and compassion last year that monks and nuns be doing prayers every week for the 24 hours on behalf of all those suffering from COVID or anything else, actually. So I'm very glad to be here. In some parts of the world, things are improving in the, economically, let's say, more advantaged countries. More vaccine, more people are getting vaccinated. Rates of infection are going down quite a bit. But then there are, places, India, Africa, where there's still a lot of suffering in terms of COVID and not enough resources. So prayers for all of us. And, this is one, but there have been other illnesses and it won't be the last. So it's really good to be praying for all sentient beings in this way. So as motivation, well, I guess that was motivation. So a more formal one, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll do a couple of minutes of Mani Mantra at your own pace. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we'll do a glance meditation on the Lam Rim by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious training, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the sixth type who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's son, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realization of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And then from Ayasura's prayer in 70 stanzas, we'll read a verse. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And some verses from Shantideva's A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge, for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And now we will move over to the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. First, I'll read a little bit of the backstory from the colophon. Once, an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantra masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of Mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And we'll recite this 2 or 3 times. And I may pause a little bit between each verse to let us digest, integrate, contemplate. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. I'm going to recite that verse again. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the actual prayer, liberating Sakya from disease, you'll recite and contemplate a second time. And all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I think we'll recite it a third time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now there is another prayer speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo that we will consider, called A Request to Pacify the Fear of Famine, and a bit of the backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, Those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, and lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, vaccines, and so forth on this world's land of snows, on all worlds, in the 10 directions. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy, long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now some dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives. May we never turn away for even a second from a pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. To abide in samsara for sentient beings, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And now we dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And now for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And we will seal the merits of these prayers with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side.
Well, thank you very much, Venerable.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, well, you know, time flies, doesn't it? It just seems like half an hour ago.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it's so what's it like at the moment where you are with COVID? Everything going well there, or you have a lot of flare-ups?
No, things are, at least for the moment, things are subsiding. Vaccinations are increasing, and like that, people are, you know, the directions are increasingly that if we have been vaccinated, we can go without masks. So I'm having that experience of going out without masks, except when we go into a store, whatever, you know. But yeah, so, you know, so the prayers are, may we spread, may those countries that have more capability in that way, economically, socially, be really spreading that wealth to the countries, India, Africa, many places in the world that really, really still need so much help. Yeah.
Absolutely. It definitely has been a massive imbalance, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I still sometimes I sit there, we talk about countries with wealth, but a few weeks ago, Forbes magazine was saying there were another 400 billionaires. 400 billionaires, you know, bringing up to 2,500. You go like, the money that could be used to so much good. You know what I mean? It just sometimes is mind-boggling, you know, how you can accumulate that much wealth. Thousands of years it would take us to work it, you know, before we get anywhere near it. It's time that I think hopefully with COVID, we're addressing some balances. I think in society, we may find some change. It's just changing the political playing field now, isn't there? But fingers crossed.
Well,
fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And I'm doing a little bit of, you know, you know, I have the benefit now of not being in a nunnery monastery. One of the things that, you know, I've prayed about, because some of my Buddhist teachers here, they do, you know, kind of minimal giving some assistance in the world in that way. So I'm doing phone banking, you know, to start next week with, you know, one of the great, you know, political people here, Stacey Abrams. So I'm doing a little bit of phone banking on that behalf. Just, you know, just encouraging people to register to vote.
Yeah.
You know, not about a particular political party, but just really registering people to vote, especially in the rural areas. Yeah. So I'm grateful for that. Yeah.
You're very active, and good on you.
Just little, but it's really, it makes such a difference, you know, that way, because I do keep, I mean, I haven't had a TV my whole life since I was like 18, but I do, since I've had it here, due to, you know, my delicious mom, you know, I watch, you know, and I know what's going on, and to do even a tiny little bit, I feel better. Of course, prayers is also important, but I'm finding that this is something that I always sat on the sidelines in this way, and in ways that, you know, my teachers would not disapprove of. I'm stepping out, you know, a little bit while I have that opportunity here.
But, you know, it's the thing, you should be, you know, of benefit. And, you know, we need to be, you know, of benefit in the times we live in. You know, it's no good thinking about India 2,500 years ago, you know, that India in itself is gone, or the conditions in that respect have gone. So, you know, the environment we operate in has changed, and we need to adapt to that. So whether you're focusing on, you know, with the voting, because it's so important when people don't take responsibilities, and then we have this sort of agonizing political climate that we experienced over recent years, particularly, you know, the massive rift within America that was obvious to the rest of the world, and how some of that toxin, you know, spilled over to other parts of the world, particularly in the UK. We have, you know, Boris the Little Trump, you know, as he was always referred to, and but yeah, it's you have to, and it was the same here. People didn't vote at the time in the numbers they should have, and hence, you know, that because it was deemed an advisory Brexit vote, and then which was then made a permanent, and everybody goes like, "Whoa," you know. Said, "Well, you didn't vote." You know, well, if you don't vote, you can't complain afterwards. It's difficult. You then have to live with the consequences. So yeah, you're right. You know, it might be a little thing, but it's an important thing, you know, for society, as you know, to work for the common good.
Right.
So, you know, but anyway, thank you very much, Venerable Palyang. I'm looking forward to having you back next week. And it's always nice to catch up with you.
Yes, yes.
And I'll just do my final session for the day, and then.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's of love, and look after yourself. My best wishes to Shantideva, because
Thank you very much.
You take care.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damchu. I'm based in the UK. So thank you very much if you joined us through the previous sessions, particularly with Venerable Palyang. She's definitely inspiring in what she does, and not afraid to reach out. And I think that's one of those things. It can be always seen that, you know, as monastics, we should be sort of stifled and moth cloth ridden, or I don't know. But we all have sort of certain stereotypes. But I think it is important to engage with the society that we're in on a level that society understands and that we can connect to. If we become disconnected from it, we ourselves can become very irrelevant. So it's good, you know, to hear how, you know, so many of the Sangha reach out in so many different ways to be of service to the environment that they're in. So if we take a moment just to calm the mind again and reset the focus, and again, I'll start with the verses from some verses from the King of Prayers, just to set the motivation, acknowledge our community and our teachers, and set the motivation for bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor or never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If we visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, those with the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And if you're joining from a path and do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize that light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, entering through the crown of their heads. The light fills them, those beings, with love and compassion and purifying essence, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And as we can feel it in ourselves, the purifying taking place atom by atom, spaces between those atoms, washing away all the dirt and the baggage of past lifetimes, burning it away, revealing our true body nature, Buddha nature, sorry. And as we're being filled more and more with that purifying nectar, we can feel how we begin to glow, beginning to shine. And we recognize that so much harm was done through the actions of our body, speech, and mind represented by Om. But I'm also representing the holy aspect of the Guru. The pure body, the pure speech, the pure mind. And we wish to transform, we wish to be better, not causing harm to sentient beings as we have done over many, many lifetimes. And by doing so have created causes for us to suffer. That requires us to accumulate wisdom and compassion, mind and Padma, and combine them in Om. And while we physically can't undo what has been done, we can ask for forgiveness. By doing so, acknowledging that we did wrong and preparing to change, to transform, to do better, to be of benefit, to be of service, to at least make up for the damage that we have done. And we are aware of the love and compassion the Guru shares with us. We want other sentient beings to be, freed from suffering as well, wanting them to be liberated. So we call upon them to take refuge with us in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited all mother sentient beings to join us, the Guru is pleased. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, burning away more of the negative karma and delusions. And we can feel how we begin to glow more and more. And we return light to the Guru and keep exchanging it with the Guru and other sentient beings. And again, we acknowledge that it's down to the actions of body, speech, and mind that we have caused so much harm. And we continue to feel remorse. We continue to promise ourselves to do better for the benefit of other beings, which in return creates conditions for us to accumulate more merit and therefore ease the path to enlightenment. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all other mother sentient beings, and how we clear away more and more of the negative karma and delusions. And collectively, we come together as one light, one source of compassion, one with the Guru, a beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness, shining bright so that they can find their way home. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our mistakes of past lifetimes, having asked for forgiveness from all mother sentient beings, taken refuge in the Guru, recited many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as pure, and holding on to that pure state, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease, to benefit all sentient beings who have suffered as part of this pandemic, but not just the COVID pandemic, but all sources of suffering. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have passed beyond be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who have suffered hardships in many other ways, emotionally, physically, financially, from a security point of view, may they be given whatever resources are needed for them to be restored to an existence that is free of suffering and full of happiness. Recite the prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one last time, really from the bottom of your heart, with the purest of intention, visualize how all the root seeds, the root causes for the suffering are being burned away. So the seeds destroyed so that no suffering may germinate again and give rise to continued suffering. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, taught me, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, if we go for dedications, may we dedicate wholeheartedly for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes, and may we cause them to be free from suffering. May we dedicate, may we dedicate to the precious Sangha community for their great efforts to keep the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in teachings and studies and carrying out translations so that the Dharma may be shared on a wider scale for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May the Sangha live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be separated from the Dharma and our precious teachers. In this and all future lifetimes, may we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious lay community who supports the Sangha in so many beautiful ways by giving their time, energy, expertise, and financial support so that projects may come off the ground, centers run, translations take place, and charitable projects flourish wherever they're being set up. May the precious lay community of long and healthy lives never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and precious teachers, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate in particular to our precious teachers and gurus who through their wisdom have guided us along the path, setting us tasks so that we deeper understand the meaning of what it means to serve sentient beings like this prayerathon. May our gurus live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we benefit from the presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for his great love and compassion for all sentient beings. And despite 62 years in exile, has never advocated anything else but dialogue and compassion for all beings instead of violence. May His Holiness the Bishop be swiftly fulfilled, may live a long and healthy life, and may we never be separated from his guidance and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great kindness to all sentient beings and great vision of engaging us in this prayer-a-thon, so that we may deepen our understanding of serving and be of benefit to other sentient beings. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may live a long and healthy life, and may we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta, that there has not arisen a rising grow, may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we have the long life prayers left for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe shinkam di pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu thank you ji. Tübzül shangxing yam gelwe tenzing kempelwe kunzu dok po tse chok song kewe lek mun tu dru Badak Suktul Jegundu Shabten Shu. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you, everyone who so kindly offered their time in leading sessions, not just this prayer-a-thon, but all the other 43rd one today, so all the previous 42. Great, wonderful team effort. Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently, all the wonderful leads, all the people in the background whose faces we don't see on screen. It's been a wonderful, wonderful privilege to go with every one of you thus far to fulfill Rinpoche's wishes. And it's been a tremendous, tremendous, tremendous joy also to see so many of you regularly joining us on Zoom and YouTube. May you find benefit in what we do, watching us either live or later on as a recording. And I said it before, if you find the world is getting too much, we live in difficult times, and don't make permanent decisions on temporary problems. If the comfort here in our group is not enough, then please do seek the relevant help from medical professionals and Lifeline or whatever is available to you. If you want to support Prayerathon, although it is free, there are certain running costs involved in keeping a screening for 24 hours. There's a little link down in the YouTube description for a FundMe page. So if you have a few pennies spare, and you want to contribute to that, that's very much appreciated. Again, it's not compulsory, but it's a wonderful time to create merit, particularly those of you who are following the path, in the run up to the wonderful Sakadava. Actually, we're in the month of Sakadava, so it's a wonderful meritorious time to contribute and create extra merit and have these projects. But yes, I mean, if you can't afford it, your being here is also very rewarding to all the leads and the project and the joint energy that we're hopefully creating and the combined merit to benefit all sentient beings. So thank you very much, everyone. And that is my last session, but we're waiting for Venerable Angie. And then you also have Venerable Sankakandro to close the session for today. So if I don't see you this week anymore, I hope to see you all back next week. And thank you to all the wonderful leads. I know some of you I will see back on the schedule, and hopefully our paths will cross. Thank you very much, Venerable Pelyang. I know you stay here, so it's lovely, lovely, lovely to have you here, and always smiling, always cheerful. And I know that it's just a wonderful thing, a wonderful environment to be in. Chenrezig, do we know whether Venerable Angie is trying to log in yet? Feels a bit like a tumbleweed moment, doesn't it? Okay, so while we're waiting to see what's happening, maybe just recite a few more not Mani mantras, maybe recite some Tara mantras as recommended by His Holiness to overcome the obstacles that currently exist. And maybe also dedicate, not just for the benefit of mother sentient beings, but maybe also dedicate some of them Tara mantras for the benefit of the long life of His Holiness. So maybe dedicate that way. Tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha. Ah, there she is. Tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha. And you, when you're ready, I'll just recite some Tara mantras until you're settled. Tare tutare turasoha, tare tutare turasoha. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late.
Well, don't you worry about that. What are a few minutes in billions of lifetimes?
Yeah.
So you have been selected as a House representative. Is that true?
That's right. Yes, yes.
Yeah, go.
House, yes.
What wonderful blessings to get, our dear Angie, Venerable Angie, leading the session from Rinpoche's house. I guess that's where you are at the moment still, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Here you
yes.
go. I mean, you know, talking of the man, the hero. I mean, Rinpoche is still sitting probably up Kupan Hill and doing pujas and everything. Never
Amazing.
tiring. You know, it's
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it, you know, with no or very little sleep. He's rumored to never sleep. I don't know how that works. But then I'm just human after all. So
we're still in the human realm. At least we're in the human realm. That's good.
Yeah, and we have these wonderful beings around us to inspire us, which is handy. Lovely to see you. It has been a few weeks. So and now you probably have many things to do to keep Rinpoche's house just so. Many events and things.
We have our schedule. We have our jobs. That's for sure. Yeah. I'm on my day off today actually, but I'm just doing this. Yeah, so I just do this and do my own. Have a break from doing bowls and different things. Yeah.
So let me not stop you then getting into that break. Venerable Angie, lovely to see you. And thank you very much again. Thank you very much, Venerable Pearl-Yang, Chenrezig Institute, everyone out there. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So we'll just take a moment to refresh our motivation. And really, as it says in the motivation here, we think about all sentient beings who are as vast as space in all the different realms, in the hell realm, the animal realm, preta realm, sura, asura, human realm, and not just in this universe, but all the universes. So making our mind, as it says, as vast as space, and thinking about all sentient beings like ourselves, each one, no matter what form they're in, what realm they're in. They're in samsara, under the control of karma and delusion. So the main thing with all these prayers is that they'll be liberated from karma and delusion. But right now we're also dedicating particularly for India, Nepal, Brazil, and all the countries where COVID is still very dangerous, very serious, for that to be, all this illness to be pacified as quickly as possible. And also to dedicate the prayers for Israel and Palestine, although this is for disease, but just to dedicate anyway for peace to remain and be firm and stable in Palestine and Israel as well. So to dedicate that. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Rama, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, money, 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 money. Money by me, 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 money by me. Oh, money by me, money. Oh, money by me, 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 money by me. Many by me, many by me, many by me, many by me. Oh, many by me, many by me, many by me, many by me. Oh, many by me, 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 many by me. Oh, many by me, 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 many. Oh, many by me, who may all the diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harmless spirits, illnesses and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like the butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by 80,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements deprive the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with all life, with health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple J, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme, oh, mani padme. Oh, mani padme, oh. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harmless spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by 80,000 class of harmful interferers, the 360 lethal spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple J, and by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kidneys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kidneys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, making beings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harmless spirits, illness, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a creature leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from their mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferences, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of four realms, depriving body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with all life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power to keep these damned protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and kidneys. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Meal is disease that saddens the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm, spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. No embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. No embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferences, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, with the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities and kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. All diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 class of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, with the power of the Keenest Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. One more time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditation, deities, and the kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditation, deities, and the kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditation, deities, and the kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classic harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Through whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and my body and mind of radiance and power, and endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Two dedications. Dhamma Sangha Prabhu Proji Dhyana Te Sala Kubam Shu Janju Senjorin Moshi Mage Panam Gegushi Yevanyam Bame Bayi Life prayers. Sorry, I don't have the translation of the one that Rinpoche prefers to do for his holiness, so I'll do the usual traditional one. Loganri Ravi Gori Jingandi Vendande Mama Gujinweni Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team. And we take a moment to dedicate an emptiness due to the merits of myself, over Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and all sentient beings in the 3 times, which are empty from the inside. May the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their inside to that enlightenment by myself alone, which is also empty from its own side. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh.
Perfect timing.
Nice to see you.
Yes, you too. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what's happening?
Okay, so I believe this is the final session for this week's prayerathon. So we'll continue reciting the prayers and mantras and dedicating all the merit of these prayers and mantras to the benefit of all sentient beings, and especially for the relief of COVID around the world, especially countries like India, Nepal, Brazil, which have a really terrible situation, many people getting sick and dying, difficulty accessing what they need in order to recover. So let's generate a really strong motivation of bodhicitta. Just as we want happiness, pleasant experiences, good experiences, we want all of our needs and wishes fulfilled. We don't want problems, pain, suffering, any kind of bad experiences. So this is exactly the same for all other living beings, all the human beings on the planet, all the animals, insects, all the beings in the other realms. So all sentient beings throughout the universe, we're all the same in wanting happiness and not wanting suffering. According to Buddhism, we all deserve happiness and nobody should have to suffer. And we all have the potential, the ability to experience happiness, all kinds of happiness, from just ordinary sense pleasures up to the highest happiness of enlightenment. So we can do it. We can achieve all those kinds of happiness, and we can be free of all suffering and the very causes of suffering, disturbing emotions like greed, hatred, ignorance, and karma, all the things in our mind that prevent us from achieving these higher forms of happiness. So they can be eliminated because they're not permanent. They're not inherent, intrinsic qualities of our mind. They are adventitious. And they can be removed if we apply the right antidotes. The Buddha found a way to do this with himself, and then he taught it so that others could follow. So we're extremely fortunate that we have the chance to meet the Buddha's teachings, be interested in them, and start practicing them. So the best motivation we can have for learning and practicing the Buddha's teachings is bodhicitta, or altruism, the altruistic intention to bring our mind to the state of full enlightenment, Buddhahood, so that we can then help all other living beings to do the same, to be free of samsara, all suffering and its causes, and to reach enlightenment as well. So make that the motivation for doing these prayers and practices. And while doing the practices, it's good to imagine many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the space in front of us. Shakyamuni Buddha and Medicine Buddha, all the other Buddhas, Tara, Chenrezig, and so on. Imagine the whole space in front of us filled with Buddhas and other objects of refuge, our teachers, spiritual teachers, root gurus, lineage gurus, bodhisattvas, and so on. And imagine all sentient beings sitting around us in human form with an intelligent mind that is able to understand the Dharma and practice the Dharma. So imagine all of them taking refuge along with us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now imagine in the space above your own head and above the head of all other sentient beings throughout space, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, manifestation of the great unconditional compassion for all sentient beings that's in the minds of all the Buddhas. So that pure, unconditional, great compassion is in the form of Chenrezig. And we'll recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine light and nectar flowing down from Chenrezig's heart into your own mind and the minds of all the sentient beings surrounding you, and filling us completely and purifying all sickness and negative karma, defilements, obscurations. So all negativities and obscurations get cleared away. And our potential to attain all the realizations of the path, especially the direct realization of emptiness, bodhicitta, all the realizations that will bring us to enlightenment. So the potential to attain those realizations is nourished so that it can grow quickly and can quickly attain those realizations. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Om Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. His Holiness the Dalai Lama has recommended reciting the mantra of Tara for COVID to clear away this terrible disease and all the suffering it's caused. So let's also recite the mantra of Tara. So you can imagine Tara in the space in front and light from her heart going to all sentient beings throughout the universe. She's like a mother. She's called Mother Tara. So she's looking on all sentient beings the way a mother looks at her children with infinite compassion and love and complete dedication to taking care of each and every one of us and all beings. So imagine light flowing from Tara into all of us, and again, purifying our karma and afflictions and sickness and all the various kinds of sufferings and causes of suffering. Om Tare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Om Dharatutari Swaha. Now let's recite a mala of 21 times the mantra of Bhakmanjushri, which is also very good for clearing away sickness, epidemic disease, and terminal disease, and so on. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Om Drasa Jusa Durdisidurmis in England, Chocolate Zakam Shamdam maybe so. Now the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Shakya from disease. Read 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Let's also recite the verses from the 10th chapter of Bodhicharyavatara, The Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Shantideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So now let's dedicate all the merit accumulated by these prayers, not just from this session, but from the last 24 hours. All the prayers and mantras and dedications that have been made on behalf of all the people suffering from COVID and on the request of our precious Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And we can also dedicate all the merit accumulated by everyone, all sentient beings, and all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So all that vast merit accumulated in the past, present, and future by all beings, ordinary beings and Arya beings, especially Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. A huge ocean of merit. So dedicate all this merit to enlightenment for all sentient beings, and for all sentient beings to have only good conditions from this moment on until reaching enlightenment. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Dedicate whatever virtues I have ever collected for the benefit of the teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of perfect pure Losang Drapa to shine forever. Due to all these merits, may all the mother and father sentient beings have happiness, and may the lower realms be forever empty. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me, and be freed in that very instant from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And then the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. In a land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to really make sure the merits accumulated are not lost by getting angry or generating wrong views. Dedicate them with emptiness, seal them with emptiness. So by these merits that have been accumulated and dedicated, which are empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, may the I, who is also empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, quickly reach enlightenment, which is also empty of existing inherently, independently from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, to that state of enlightenment as well. So all of these phenomena, the subject, the one who created merit and dedicated merit, merits themselves. The goal of enlightenment in all sentient beings, all of these things are equally empty of existing inherently, independently. They're all merely labeled by the mind. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.